You should done.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back
Hey.
for the last sprint of the month.
Yeah.
How's everybody feeling?
I always feel like we made it.
We made it. Mama.
We made it.
Yo, this one was a push. Yo, hey, hello, Jane. Thank you for joining us. How have you been? We've missed you.
Hey, she was taking care of the babies. I think she was in a strong shift there.
Yeah. Like it's you are the person our babies need. So you must have the strength, Val. You must have the strength for our children. But how have you been? How have you been, Jane? Where are the books? Are we writing? We don't have writer's blocks.
What's going on?
I was gonna say hopefully the babies are giving you inspiration, but hey, the kind of books you're writing, I don't know.
Hey, leave the babies out of that.
Leave the babies out of it.
Hey, please leave the babies out of it, yeah.
Let's see who else is here. If you're here, let us know. How are you ladies doing? How's your energy levels?
Mina, I need to stretch Sham because I've been seated throughout my shift.
For a long time. So we've got workers in the house. Everybody's working. Who is
My guys,
covenanting of the waters?
We are keeping the economy alive. Unlike Lendo Biteta and Raymond, we are the ones who are actually keeping the economy running.
The economy alive. Because it's just working. There's no reading that's happening.
It's working.
I flopped Vele by the second sprint. It was no longer happening for me. I had to switch. So now because I've been promising myself to work since yesterday.
And tomorrow you must rest.
And tomorrow I'm resting, Vele. Tomorrow I'm not touching my laptop. So this is my one and only.
Your last chance.
My last chance. I have no choice. Hey, it's my last chance. I have to. Are you going to be reading, Jane? If you're reading, let us know so that we can discuss your book because we have nothing else.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Emery. Welcome. Let us know what you're reading. I was just saying to the ladies, like, we are all here working, so none of us are reading. And I don't think any of us are even doing any audiobooks. Vuvu, are you doing the audiobook of Covenant of Water?
For me, I remember I was saying, Guti, when I started working, I saw Guti, the way that my mood is set up, I must just rather work in silence. And leave others alone because it was not going to work out.
And you, Umpi? Like audio booking. Are you taking it easy?
I am gonna literally listen to the silence in this office until I leave. I'm not gonna listen to any book. I want to finish this book.
Okay.
One book down.
Yes, and girl. At least somebody finished the book.
I love it. Somebody finished the book. Even
the
you.
Book.
Yes, but you finished it.
But you also finished the Duke and John.
Yes, I finished the Duke.
The Duke and I. I started and stopped. I finished nothing. I started and stopped. I definitely won't be reading as I work. I think I'm gonna continue watching Prison Break because at least I realized when I was watching it, I was getting a bit excited. So my energy levels were like coming up.
Okay.
So that's what I'm gonna do.
What season are you on?
I'm at the pilot, season 1, episode 1. I'm today that I start my rewatch. So at least it's 5 seasons, so it's not too bad. But back then they were doing like 24 episodes. Not like now, they give us 8 episodes.
You know?
And then you still have to watch.
It depends on the show for me. There's some shows that I'm like, yes, please give us just 8 episodes. I beg you. That's okay. It's enough. Even now with this trend of limited series where there's just but there might not be a season 2 because this is a limited series. I'm like, good job, well
Yes,
done.
I'm fine with
Well
that.
done.
But don't bring a season 2 after you said this is a limited series.
Yeah,
That's what I don't want.
Exactly.
Don't give me season 2.
Exactly.
Emery will be finishing up Imaro by Charles Saunders. Embodiable is here. Hey, hey. Are you continuing with your book that you were reading, or are you picking something else? Or maybe you finished it
People are finishing
during the
books.
break. Let us know what your plans are.
Yes,
My
please.
plan is to set up a sprint very soon.
Wow.
That's my only
Actually,
plan.
that's probably out of all the plans we all have, that's the only plan that matters.
That's the only plan that matters.
We can all plan, but that plan needs to happen.
Let's see. Yeah, I think everybody else will probably join us somewhere during the sprint, and then we'll chat to people when they're here. But yeah, people, let us know what you're reading. Jane, if you're here, let us know what you'll be reading. If there's anybody else here with us in the background and you're not too shy, say hi. Let us know what you're reading. Or just put your hand up. Just do this. Then we know you are here.
Please.
Let me find my screen. Cambodia will be continuing with the same book. Plus, she'll also squeeze in some work.
We are the ones. We are the ones.
This is a productivity. This month it's just been work.
Work.
Work. May the amount of effort we put in the work result in the same amount of money that
No, not
comes
the
in.
same. Aibo, not the
Oh, well,
same.
more.
Times
Because
100.
I'm assuming that we're already doing more. We're already doing
Yeah,
more.
we need to get more from the more that we are doing, not the same.
Okay, let's times 100.
At least.
Times 100. let's say that. Because clearly we are all using our spare time for working. All right, let's not waste any more time. I'm just going to start the sprint.
Not Bodyable. Bodyable is you right now. Ari, I wasn't planning to work.
I wasn't planning to work.
Even me, I felt guilty,
Join the
Bodyable.
club,
Even
guys.
me. I've been fighting it since yesterday.
Mina,
That's
I'm
every
not like
time.
Ompi. Ompi's been working since, well, I was working yesterday. Obviously, all of us were, but Ompi's been working since I don't know what time. This night, at least I did my 5 hours. Ngai vale laptop,
Great.
you're right.
Oh.
You're right.
Because my
It's
plan was
now.
to start with Umpile yesterday. Every time we start a sprint, I'm here. I'm like, yeah, I have to work. I have to work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen.
Oh,
This is not how I am on Mondays to Fridays. Okay,
please, the weekend is yours.
the weekend is mine. Hi, let's push.
I'll
Let's
probably
push.
do half a day tomorrow. Yeah, I'll go to church and then I'll come here first thing.
You make it sound like it's a compromise for yourself. I'm like, I'll just do only half a day.
Sandra, I don't know.
Not even.
I don't know.
Let's do it. Let's give you the sprint so that we can work and you can work inside.
You guys
Yeah,
work.
and I'll probably move home. I'll
That's
go
what's
home.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys later.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty. Travel safe. See you soon. And enjoy the sprint.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Welcome back.
Hi, made it safely.
Yay.
Hello.
And we have lights.
Are you
Hey,
electrified?
Yes, yes, we do. Thank you.
Yay. May it stay on. May it stay on, please.
Yo,
How are you, Nandri?
I'm good. I'm good. And you guys?
Good. What are you up to? What are those very precarious looking squares there next to your name? What are you doing?
Guys, I'm just relaxing. Nah. I'm watching
just a
things.
girl.
I'm just a girl. Just
You
a
must put
girl.
that
I'm watching
emoji.
things. I'm also trying to edit some TikToks and all of that. So yeah, guys,
You must
Mina
put that
really
emoji
shame.
with that relaxing girl, that one who's getting her head
Yeah,
massage.
yeah. Like I need that. Yeah.
Mm.
So otherwise, I'm just me. I'm just a girl.
This is like take it easy sprints.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
no.
come around, Shem. We are fighting, but we are not winning.
We
Kind
are.
of,
We are. And for the
accept.
fact that I've been up and down, my brain is a bit exhausted. I need rest.
Mm.
Yeah. I
Ish.
Yeah. At least some people in the comments are winning. Lashan
Yes,
is
I love it.
here. Hi, back. Just got back from church. Welcome to church. Oh, you're perfect. By the end of the sprints, we are crossing all the fingers with you. Dusing
Yes.
is
Tell us how it
back.
is. When you're done.
hey.
Yes, Dusing is also continuing with Yearning by Mohale Mashiko. And you can see that face. She's having a great time.
Oh, that book nah, broke my heart, you.
I
Mm.
can see a sad face, yo, but
Is this a sad face? For me, it's like
is it a
content.
sad?
It's
Ah,
just smiling. This is sad face.
No,
oh,
she's
like
actually
she's
Yeah, it's like
trying.
Mm.
she's reflective, or she's like agreeing.
Yeah.
I hope.
Mm.
But I actually just
okay.
remembered now something that I saw before one of the sprints ended
Mm-hmm.
is literally what happened to the character in the yearning, is what's happening currently now
In real
on
life.
that women what
To
that
that child.
women
Wait, wait.
yo
Yeah, that
wait,
story is
wait,
sad.
wait.
Yes.
Yo, that's a sad
That's a story.
story.
How I saw this now, like just before
Yeah,
I
I was
yo.
all over it yesterday
Justice
and
for
the day
Twe
before.
Twe. Yes, I've seen that as
I was
well.
like, yeah, this
You know,
country
Charity
dying.
has not seen it. And
So
from
when I
what you
started,
guys are saying, I'm glad.
there's a girl. There's a mom in the Eastern Cape, nah,
Mm.
from the Matadiel area.
Mm.
One her child is 7 year old. 7 years old. She goes to one of the private schools in that area, but this area is not like a it's not as urban, but it's a good
Yeah.
private school, no?
Mm.
So the one day the transport is late to fetch the child. So she says usually the transport, if it's late, the school calls her latest by 4:15. On
Mm.
this day, they didn't call her, so I'm taking it that she's at work and the child gets dropped off at home. So there's not never a communication of she's home now, she's left the school.
Yeah.
If there's no problem, she doesn't get communication. This is what I
Yes.
understood from the story. So anyway, on this specific day, it turns out apparently the child is the only one left behind at the school. Then the caretaker says to the 7 year old that she must go and sweep a classroom, right? Next thing, the child remembers the caretaker is waking her up, saying she must the transport is here, she must go.
Mm.
The child gets home late that day, and I think the transport guy does call her at some point that he was running late or whatever the story is. But there is some kind of communication that lets the mother know that there was a delay, right, between fetching the child and getting there. Gets home, everything goes well, but she can see that her child is not feeling well, and the child says, "I feel sick," and the mother's also, and the kids are getting sick at school, whatever. Gives her some medication, thinking maybe it's like flu, and then goes to bed. The child wakes up a few times during the course of the night and tells them that she's not feeling well. She's not feeling well. The mom works in the police department. I don't know where the dad works. And then the following morning, the child still insists, and this mother is on some, no, let me just check this child. Checks her and finds that she was S8. Right?
I could see where this was going.
Apparently finds a big, like where her number 2 comes out, the hole is still there. It's huge. So she was penetrated there, and it sounds like when she takes her to the doctor, she was also penetrated at the front. So now she's trying to get the story from this child. What happened? Né? And then she relays that she was left alone. She was sent to go clean the classroom. She passed out. She doesn't remember the rest. The test from the doctor showed that yes, she was S8, and then she starts trying to get answers from the school. Now the school's headmaster is a white man, and apparently he's being defensive that your child was in the transport, your child was what, so he's not trying to play ball. And then she's asking for DNA samples. The caretaker, the transport guy, they give the DNA samples. The school principal refuses to give his DNA samples. The departments of education get involved. Apparently, this guy is still insisting that you're going to mess up the reputation of the school. This is something that happened in October last year, but it's been talked about more starting at the start of, I want to say, this month. But anyway, long story short, she's still seeking justice for her child. She's been on podcasts, she's been on news channels, etc., talking about this thing. Yesterday, it was shown that the school actually got closed down by the department in the Eastern Cape. So that school no longer exists now. They've shut it down. This white guy is insisting that he's not going to give his samples. The police, this thing has been moved to about 3 police investigators, and they're giving her a tough time. The child is not okay. Apparently, when she found this out, when she was still trying to work through this thing, she had a miscarriage. And she's also a rape survivor, the mother. And she's now paying out of pocket to get medical treatment and therapy for her child. She's had to sell her car. She's had to do all these kind of things because now her finances are being impacted by this. So people have now started a petition. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it is that they're petitioning, whether because people are talking about this man must give his sample. So I don't know what it is.
Something.
So I don't know what it is that exactly that they're petitioning, but the petition is everywhere. People are talking about it everywhere, and they're sharing links. And I think this is what has also caused the talk around this. So what Ompile is saying is true, that the start of the yearning is very similar to the story.
And for the mere fact that he keeps refusing Vel, he knows what they're going to find. Because if he had nothing to hide.
Between those 3 men, they know. Because at some point she said, okay, if you guys say my child was not essayed at the school, fine, let's say she wasn't. Tell me why my 7-year-old was sent to clean a classroom. Oh, sorry, the child says at some point, sorry, I forgot, when she was in the classroom, when the mom keeps asking her stories, because you know how kids are, so you're not going to get the full thing, especially if there's been trauma.
And the first time.
She asked her, so the one time she asked her, she says, you know what, mommy, I remember that when I was in that classroom, there was a very strong smell. It smelled like burning tire. And that's the last thing. Then I remember the caretaker waking me up. So now there's also the assumption that she was drugged. Because she doesn't she can't identify who did it. She doesn't remember what happened to her or anything of the sort. But obviously, when you are putting 1 and 1, and obviously the test results, etc., show that something did happen. So,
the scary thing is that for them to have even gone so far, like, it's probably not even the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe some kids never spoke about it. Yeah, or they never spoke out.
Premeditated. to send, because when you started saying this, they send the child to go sweep. I'm like, in my head, I was like, why? That was my first one. I'm like, why? Like that does not
And I
make
don't
sense.
think that I want to say maybe it's because the mother is a cop and that she's also a rape survivor. I don't think that most parents would have thought to now look. We probably would have put the child in the bath, get ready for school, whatever, because this person has been saying that they're sick, right? So we would have assumed a normal illness. You wouldn't have thought as far as now let me check all of these things to make sure that this child has not been assaulted, because I think there's a difference between being sick and saying I'm feeling like I'm in pain, if you hear what I'm trying to say. So if your child is really sick, you're thinking, okay, maybe it's just coming down with the flu, maybe it's a headache, maybe it's this, but that story is horrible. It's horrible.
Yo, that is hectic. I didn't know it like in detail like that. I
No,
just
that's
saw like a summary, but they did not go deeper. But now, wow. Yo,
no, it's a terrible story.
That's so
yo,
scary. Hi, guys.
it's
And the thing is, people
horrible.
also what people are fighting is the fact that guys, we send our kids to school.
Yes.
We are not in terms of the law, we are not allowed not to send our children to school. So now as a parent, you cannot be stressing that when I've left my child at school, Gandhi, there's things like this that can happen on these
That
premises.
happened.
Yes, we know we live in a very horrible world, but I want to say that I would think that most parents vet the kind of schools that they take their kids to, so that they can also
If they
sleep
have a
easier
choice.
at night, they breathe easier. They know that okay, fine, at least at this school, whether they vetted through reputation, through the research, through whatever. And in areas like that, I don't think that you even have that much variety. But the way
Yeah,
that
that's
she
what I'm saying. If you have the choice.
so the way that she explains it is it was one of the best options in the area.
Yeah.
So obviously, if it is, it means that a lot of people are wanting to take their kids there. So you probably felt like, oh, okay, at least my child is at that school.
And this principal, his only answer was about reputation.
Yes,
When there's
apparently
been a
that's all
case like
she
this, and as other parents with female kids, we must still send our kids to school tomorrow
okay.
Yo,
And for
because
me,
now it's
that's
not
yeah.
our kids to
for
take.
me. I think that's the thing that I had a problem with when I was listening to people talking about this. Mina, it's all kids, guys. Yes, boys are so vulnerable.
Even
Boys are
boys.
so vulnerable. And the person who's done this, because clearly, apparently, they penetrated her twice, both sides. That person's got no preference. So we
Yeah,
don't know if boys in that school didn't go through this already.
that's the scary part. That's the scary part because she kept insisting on, I don't feel well.
And that's what I was
And
saying now when you're on the phone. What do you I mean? If my child says they don't feel well, the first thing I check is temperature. Do they
you
have
think
like
you do.
flu, whatever. I and I think this thing has also awoken me. It's the last thing I'm thinking about to undress my child.
Yeah.
Because I feel
Yes.
like if they are saying I'm in pain, then that's where I start interrogating
Yeah,
where's the pain. But if you're saying you're sick, because apparently the child kept saying they're feeling sick.
sick.
If you're saying you're sick,
It's
then
probably
that's
the
and
drugs as
maybe
well
I was
because
about
they're
to say
feeling
maybe it was the result of that. Maybe they were feeling sick and in pain, but maybe they thought whatever it is the same thing.
yeah, and it's
Hey,
also the language that they used to if for them they are not used to saying mama I'm in pain. Like if you think about your child won't say oh I have a headache. She'll
Mm,
probably say my head hurts.
mm,
Okay, so it's also language. So it's like you must now decipher what's going on. Guys.
that the shame. I know that story, yeah. Uh-uh.
Mm-mm. Yo,
Uh-uh.
why are people so disgusting?
And also for me, guys, and I don't know when this thing in South Africa is going to end. I don't know, obviously, if it happens in the same capacity in other countries, but this thing of men, because we are not safe, our children are not safe. There's nothing that's safe. And apparently, because somebody else was saying, what if it was the dad? Apparently, the dad gave his samples because everybody now, all the men are now being
In
questioned.
her life. Yes, because now the dad
Yeah.
gave the sample, the driver gave the sample,
The
didn't
caretaker gave a
fight with
sample.
anyone.
The
The
headmaster.
principal is the only one. He's the
Mm,
only one.
is the
And if
only
they
one.
haven't found a match, we clearly know who the match is. Nah, I feel like also maybe the police system is not doing enough. I feel like at this point you should be forcing this person to give a sample. Their rights can't overtake the rights of this child. Like
Sure.
It cannot.
Yeah.
It cannot.
And apparently at some point he was saying he wasn't even at the school on that day, but I don't know. There's like a whole lot of misunderstanding with the story on his side of the story. Like he's if you're gonna talk
Him
about
and the
characters in the
caretaker.
story, he's a very dislikable the way that he's been portrayed. Even when the meetings were being held, where the mother said, "Okay, fine, let's leave the essay out of it. Tell me why I'm sending a child to school and you guys are telling them to clean the classrooms." Because as far as I understand, we were talking about the fees. You guys have somebody who's a housekeeper who does this kind of work. So why is a 7-year-old sent to clean on her own when there's no other kids in the school? And number two, why was I not called when the transport is late? Because you guys usually call me.
It was premeditated.
Even in government schools, they don't make kids clean classrooms.
So
when a child is in detention, you as a parent, you sign, you know the day, the time, what time they're gonna finish, things like that. It just doesn't happen unexpected that your child cleaned the whole classroom. A 7-year-old.
Those people failed that child, Shem. They failed her.
Grade 1.
No,
that school deserve to be closed.
It's like we can say the school deserves to be closed. The other kids who go to the school
suspended.
The other thing the principal did is apparently the child couldn't go to school. She wasn't feeling well. She was traumatized. All of these things, right? And as far as the mother was telling her version that this child was a very high performer in her grade, even though it's grade 1, but she was one of those kids getting awards, getting stuff to that whatever. So then they said to them that this child won't pass this grade if she doesn't come back to school. The headmaster said this. And then they said, unless you bring a note, because he's saying it's the DBE's protocol, basically. So it's not him. So he's now hiding behind the department. I had to bring a note from the therapist, otherwise your child is going to fail grade. She brought the note from the therapist. They still failed her.
This is abuse. This is abuse now. Bullying.
The note doesn't meet the standards that were required, so the child's still not going to pass. So she was also saying, now how do I tell my child who loves going to school, who's seen that she's been doing well, that because of what has happened to you, you have failed the grade? It's a lot going on there by that story, Sham. A lot is happening.
No, guys, this is disgusting. I'm going to go back to the books. I just want to see what Dibuseng is saying. On last week's newspaper, a teacher allegedly hit a young boy with papers while she had scissors in her hand. As a result, the child sustained an injury on the head. The principal dismissed the incident. And now it's also the school that is condoning this kind of thing. Why does it take so long to deal with issues like this that are happening at schools where you think your child is safe? No, guys, I feel like there needs to be a harsher punishment to the school. Leave the principal. If the principal is
dismissing the incident, is this child not injured? Did you guys not see that the child was injured at the school? Were there no witnesses here who saw what had happened? How do you dismiss all of that? At which point do you decide that, okay, no, my version is what counts and everybody else is just whatever?
I feel like we also, as a country, we need to learn how to sue. You know, in America, they sue for everything. We don't sue.
But it's also our laws need to allow us to know that we can win in such a situation. So now, if this situation that we're saying is talking about is got to do with the Department of Basic Education, that muscle on its own is bigger than just two parents or a parent against that giant. I'm not saying you'd never win, but I'm saying that you might find that you are going to have more of a problem than just winning. Like this, for example, Goto's mother is saying, she was even saying she's now become broke because she's trying to get this as much treatment for this child as possible. So her next option now is that even if she sells her house, it's fine. She can sell her house to make sure that this child is fine. So imagine now trying to find legal representation to then go sue and then still treat your child and then still pursue the criminal, whatever. It's a lot.
I feel like they also get away with it because all the victims end up having to leave the facilities in one way or another, because
Mina,
I
I'm
don't
saying
see how this mother would also be comfortable taking her
taking her
child back
child
to the
back.
same school.
But I'm
So the
saying,
other
why
way,
did the Department of Education close down that school? They need to answer, because I didn't read that whole press release that came out. It came out when I was
yeah,
the 20th. It came out on Tuesday. No, 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 I'm lying. It came out yesterday. The press release came out yesterday, and they say they've shut down the school. On what grounds they shut the school down?
yes, on what grounds? And what about
Because
the other
it's
kids
not
who
coming
are
after
supposed to be at
this.
school?
It's no, but it's now coming after this. So if they can shut down the school, why are they not telling this man to give his sample? I know that it's your
Exactly.
DNA. You probably have a right to it. You know, you have a right to not want to whatever. But for me, I don't understand, because it means there's something that you know for you to then say you're not disciplining this man and removing him from this position. You are
From
shutting
this
down the whole school. You are shutting
okay,
down the whole.
let's say a scenario where this is not happening at a school. It happened, I don't know, somewhere else, and there's an eyewitness that says, "Oh, the perpetrator looks like this." Are they not going to arrest that person and take samples either way?
But then the thing is, he's not a suspect at this point because the child doesn't remember.
That's the problem.
No.
Me,
So
I
the
would make
people
sure
who
he's a
gave
suspect.
their samples were volunteering their samples. They were asked, they said yes. He was asked, he said no. But none of these people have been arrested as suspects. It's just that as the
No,
story is going, they know that these are the people that had contact with this child on that day.
no, something is just not right with this whole situation. It's not.
I mean, the more this guy is
It's not.
refusing, the more I'm feeling like, unamanga.
No, it's him. Like if it wasn't like, if it's not you, there's nothing to hide. It
Aibo,
even has nothing to do with you and whatever your rights are.
aibo.
And as a principal, you should also want to care for your student. You should want to help your student.
Can you imagine, guys?
So, he's making everything even more difficult, making
I
sure that this child, well, you trying to force the child to come back to school while traumatized, so that
and a 7 year
what,
old,
what must
guys,
happen?
because in as much as yes, I'm pro us making as much noise about this thing as possible as people are doing on social media. My fear is that social media is not going anywhere. That child is going to be 14. I haven't seen their face.
Still gonna go.
I've been grateful that I haven't seen the child's face anywhere. Now, I don't know if it hasn't been in newspapers or whatever, but I haven't seen the face. But now this child, before they can remember what happened to them, because they can't remember, now they have the stigma of being a survivor at that age. Doesn't matter where they go now, we all know about them. And I'm not saying what we're doing is wrong, but I'm just wondering how much more it's going to damage this person when they are grown up to understand what happened to them actually means.
Guys, now I say we must force this man. That's the only way. We must force
What
this man.
the caretaker is probably scared that to expose the principal, but apparently in one of the podcasts, the mother was saying that, not apparently, I was listening to the podcast where she was being interviewed, and she was going on about how the caretaker kept calling to say, "Have the results come out? Have the results come out?" And she was like, "Why are you they have not
Yes, why
come
do you
out.
care?
Relax."
And are you not the one who made my child go clean the classroom?
And I think he wants to be vindicated. Maybe he knows that he didn't do it, but he probably knows who did.
Who did? But this is what I'm saying, that arrest someone. Guys, now I'm saying someone must be taken. That's me. Somebody must be taken. We will find out in the jails who did it
But
and who
there's a
didn't.
lot of protocol that needs to be done before you can arrest somebody. You
The
don't just have
protocol
that.
must be done. The
But there's not
protocols must
enough
be done.
evidence, logo and testimony for that to happen. That's the sad thing. And I think that's why DNA, I don't think usually people go around asking for DNA. I think that's why DNA is being asked for, so that they can find somebody to, because if you wrongfully arrest somebody, you get into trouble as well.
But my problem is you're looking for evidence where even the victim does not remember what happened. So does that mean it's okay? We just leave it as it is because
No,
there's
that's not
no
saying it's
evidence.
okay, but then then you have to weigh it against, because I think the law is just weird. You have to weigh it against, now you have now stigmatized somebody who didn't do anything wrong by wrongfully arresting them, and the state does get sued for wrongful arrest.
This is why I can't like follow these stories.
So
Like
now,
I'm
just because I was
honestly
there,
getting angry.
just because I was there, And maybe I didn't see it happening, but I was okay. Let's say maybe you decide to arrest, because what the principal is insisting on is that this didn't happen at the school. So he's insinuating that it happened with the transport person. So let's say now the transport person gets arrested and he did not do it. What does that mean for his livelihood, for everything else? No, but I'm saying at least these people gave their samples. They must test the samples, and then at least if they're not part of it, then they're not part of it. Then the police have to work harder.
Even if they had taken the driver, at least he proved himself that I did not. And they could probably, because he's moving around, maybe if he is really delayed, they could figure out his alibis. Where was he at this time? What, like,
and you know how long it takes to
I just feel like it's not getting, like, they're not doing enough. Like, the mother, I feel like they're struggling on her own.
I know she's been very vocal. She has no support. It's so bad, hey? It's really bad.
We're saying the Department of Education have not provided a feedback, and the school is still operating on while the mother is still waiting for answers. Do you understand what I mean? She's the one who's fighting.
Yes, well, the mother was waiting for answers, because now it's months after this thing happened. They only closed. Let me see. I think even because me and my sister were talking about this. I think she even sent the press release that I saw. Let me see what it says, because I only read the heading of the press release, so I'm not sure what it actually says. So it's from the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape. It says Eastern Cape Education Department to deregister the school. The name of the school is Bergview College in the Alfred Nzo West district. Then the press release, let me just scan what it says.
It sounds like a slap on the hand.
So it's an independent school. So now it looks like they're picking at other things. It says one of the conditions of the registration of independent schools is that they must provide a safe and secure school environment. The rape case involving a 7-year-old learner at the school and the current investigation and the handling of the matter by the Bergview College has violated the conditions regarding safety of learners. A rape case was opened in October 2024, and to this date, the matter has not yet made progress. The delays are attributed to the school management. The department is concerned with the conduct of the school principal in relation to his apparent refusal to cooperate with the South African Police Services. The department views the case in a serious light and has sought to take action in the interest of all learners at the school. The department has therefore taken a decision to withdraw the registration of the college as a school in the province. The department officials visited the school this morning to deliver the letter. The school representatives received the letter and signed to acknowledge receipt. This decision becomes effective within 24 hours. The department will commence the process of placing the learners of the college in other schools in the area. The department remains committed to the safety and well-being. Okay.
They're not, because I feel like they should have the power to like what Mboribo is saying, that the principal has a great legal advice that says the law says you cannot. But if you're going to say our law says the learners are supposed to have a safe environment, you already broke that. So I disregard whatever the law says about what you think you need, because you are disregarding this as well.
Do you know what's tricky with this, and why I think this person's getting away with it? This child does not remember, and people can still legally, it can still be proven that the principal might be right. This could have happened elsewhere, which is why everybody in this value chain has given their DNA. The dad, it could have happened at home. The dad gave his DNA. It could have happened on the way back home in the transport. So I think because he sees the chain of men that this child could have encountered on that day, the child unfortunately does not remember. Then, because the other problem that they're having is that when they took the child to the pediatrician and they did the tests for the SA, the mother and the doctor did not suspect any drugs. So when she days later said that she remembers smelling something, the mother goes to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician says, no, but the samples have been destroyed because we were only sending them to the labs for the specific tests. So we cannot now test for this. And this thing has probably worn off her system already.
Yeah.
So now there's no proving that the child was in fact drugged.
Guys, no, I mean, it's not okay. That whole chain of men, ne? Let's also identify that these are all black men, ne? And black men who do not have legal advice, what do? They went in, they cleared themselves. A white man with legal advice, you know, he can get away with not being able to clear himself. Instead, there's excuse after excuse.
To the point where, for me, what's this big thing that you're hiding for you to allow a whole school to be closed, to be deregistered?
Exactly. Guys, this is what I'm saying. And nobody does anything about it. And then the Department of Education will say, Bona, they're not doing enough, Shem.
Somebody else was saying that even the caretaker, because apparently the caretaker is the one who woke the child up. So they're saying, when you wake this child up, aren't you asking yourself questions? If this child passed out because the child says that they don't remember, they remember smelling this thing and then they woke up on the floor when this man woke her up. They're like, Auntie, do you just wake up and you sent this child to go sweep? Next thing you find this person passed out on the floor. Is that not a concern to you? Is that not something that you feel like you should be telling somebody about? Why is this child passed out on the floor?
And isn't that also proof enough that something was wrong? Why is she passed out in the first place?
Exactly. That's what they're saying. They're saying the other adult in this who must account is the caretaker, because when you went and you saw this child on the floor, it looked normal to you that you must just wake them up and say your transport is here.
No, I said the caretaker and the
that's why he's
taken.
I think that's why he keeps calling the mom to find out about the DNA. I think there's something that he knows. Whether or not he did something as well, we don't know. But I feel like he knows something.
No, he knows. And he's probably privy to this. And it's probably not the first time. This is the thing that really upsets me.
No, it's definitely not the first time. When things like this happen for me, I feel like, no, definitely
and he's refusing probably to give DNA because he's thinking it might come out in other places.
That's what I was thinking as well. I was like, this person is holding on too tightly to such a simple thing. For me, I feel like if you don't do anything, it's a simple thing. Let them swab your cheek or whatever it is that they need to do and get it over and done with. Like,
I feel like at this point, the state can take like the grunt of being sued for wrongful arrest. Like, I feel like you can take that hit.
But then it might impact whether or not this person actually goes to jail.
In my eyes, it must happen. That's
what I'm trying to say is that you do the wrong thing and it will not result in what you want it to result in. I think that's why they're being cautious as well. Because now for me, he's now raising big alarm bells. Ogori, what is this big thing that you cannot be DNA tested
at all?
Come on.
No, guys, no, they're not doing enough. The Department of Education could be the ones paying for this child's psychologist and all these things. This mother should not be doing this.
I really felt sorry for that woman. I really felt sorry for that woman. And she was also talking about the state of her marriage, that they were so happy. It was such a happy household. But now the only thing that happens day in and day out is that they're talking about this situation. And now the home is no longer a warm and happy place because this is the only thing that, and she says she gets panic attacks. She's not okay. There was an incident where she was saying that she was meant to meet with the Department of Education, and I want to say the principal was involved. So places in the Eastern Cape are very far apart, right? So they say they were going to meet at one place. She goes there and she goes with her husband. She says her panic attacks are so bad that she has to drive with her husband. When she gets there,
can she even work?
The department representative says, "Oh no, did they not tell you the meeting is not happening here? It's happening 100 and something kilometers away."
Do you see the inconvenience? Do you understand when I'm saying?
Okay, it's fine. She will go, and then she says, "Okay, I'll go. I have to go with my husband." They're like, "No, we've only got space for one person." And the husband also insists that, "No."
But do you see how this is being coerced? Nah, guys, no.
They're trying to frustrate her. They're trying to frustrate her.
This is what I'm saying, that I feel like schools get away, or management or whatever, they get away with mistreating kids, abusing kids, and hoping that that will happen is that the child would leave their school and go to a different school, because that's what happens. The the parents take their kids out because of whatever incident, and then they take them to another school. The teachers get a slap in the hand. The principal says, "Sorry, I didn't know anything," and they continue. And this is exactly what's happening now. They're literally trying to frustrate her until it dies out.
No, it's it's really bad. It's a very bad situation.
I'm angry.
Yeah, everyone, apart from, let me not say everyone, mostly I'm seeing black women. Black women are upset online, on TikTok.
No, but it's mistreatment. It's mistreatment as well. It's mistreatment from the department. It's mistreatment from the school. No, guys, no. None of this is okay.
I know. No. And for me, I almost feel like when things like this have been publicized and they like this, it doesn't, I feel like even after justice, those people still need some kind of attention, some remedial, whatever. I don't think they will be sad. Exactly.
Because the principal, when it's finished, he's gonna go home and it's like, it's done. The child, the mother, the husband, the family, this thing will follow them.
It's also exposing our society and the way they think. Because I think I did come across someone, I think it was a guy, TikTok, but I went, after he said the line that I'm going to say, I was like, I cannot be listening to this nonsense. He was saying, justice for this young girl. Oh, she's too young to have this happen to her. And I'm like, there's no such thing when it comes to SA. There's no age to that thing.
Yeah, there's no age.
In the rural areas, you hear about our grandmothers being SA'd by young boys who are high on some new drug or whatever. And I'm like, so what are you going to say when that happens? Are you going to say, oh, she's too old to have this happen, justice for this person because they're too old? That thing should not happen at all.
At all. Because when the teenagers, you're going to be like, what were they wearing? If it was a working, what were they doing at night? Like there's always these, guys. No.
So for me, it's almost saying that there's a certain age where it's okay if this happens to you. There's no age where that thing is okay. And even this woman was saying that as a survivor of this, I know the struggles that I've had. And I think the thing that's traumatizing me is that now my child is so young and they're going to have to live through the same thing that I went through. And just thinking about how stressed that woman might have been. Obviously, I don't know if the miscarriage, but it happened during the time where she was running around doing all of this. But I don't know if it's, obviously, I'm not a medical doctor. I don't know if it was caused by this or whatever. But for her to be in that state while she's in the state with her other child.
Oh, guys, I cease to the Department of Education. They don't protect our kids. They don't, because that whole investigation should have been about protecting this child and what do we need to do, because we've already failed her. What do we do now?
And this woman, she had not gone
that you think you're doing.
Because I think she started talking on her own independent platform, right? As in like her TikTok page or whatever. And then it started blowing up from there. So if this person decided she didn't want to use social media because she didn't want her child to be exposed, or let's say she was not well versed with social media channels, then what would have happened? That school would still be running.
Yes, it will be running. They closed it under the pressure of social media, because if the intention was to close it temporarily, they would have done it when the incident happened, not 6 months later. So nothing that they're doing is for the benefit of this child. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now it frustrates me.
I think that story is very sad. Hey, and I think the first time I saw it, I was avoiding it, but then something happened, and me and my sisters were talking about it, and we were like, "Yeah, yes." Then I was like, "Let me just go listen."
Yo, guys, really I don't even know how we'll move on from this, but I don't even know where the book comments were. Sammy was here. I don't know if Sammy's still here.
Yeah, we blame the one who's reading the yearning. Oh, that's the problem, because we were not gonna talk about this one until she said,
about the yearning. Oh. Sammy is reading Angels by Marian Keyes. Maria has finished Imora. Now on to Those Who Run in the Sky by Eviak Johnson. She is an Enoch author. What does that mean?
When MRA, the one day you must just, I don't know what, maybe do like a bookshelf tour, because the books you read, girl. We
I
need a
must Google what
bookshop.
this means. I don't know what this means.
I don't know. Maybe it's a place. I don't know. I've never heard of this.
Yeah. Hey guys, your hike that was heavy. I'm angry. Like, let's do a sprint. What time is it? Yeah, because I need to Paula.
We already
Hola.
said Paula. We didn't even say what we did, but I feel like we've said enough.
It doesn't matter.
We've said enough.
We've said
It
enough.
doesn't even matter. We'll talk about what we did after this 1 hour 30 minutes. Because I can't even think.
Don't you want wait 1 hour 30 minutes is gonna land us at okay. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, at 11.
It's fine, I think.
Yeah. All right.
At 11.
I don't know. It's not even let's read. Let's do something. I don't know.
Let's detox. Let's detox our
Yep.
energy.
Let's detox.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hello. Who's still here? Is everybody happy that I put another 15 minutes and then we wrap up? Okay.
Yes.
I see Scorpio had to go sleep, and Jane, I think, also went to go sleep.
Yeah.
So for whoever's still here, I'm gonna do the last 15 minutes and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, bo. That's fine.
Hi.
Hello.
How did it go?
Yeah, nice. I haven't read them. I don't want to lie. I was
Are we
busy.
done?
What?
14 minutes to go. Mpila has been the most productive person.
Yeah, she doesn't even
For the
know the
last
time.
30 minutes, I haven't been though, for the last 30 minutes, but I am still busy with the book. I'm on book 3. Yeah.
I don't even
So
know
I'm
how
left
you still
with
have energy. Like, I'm looking at you and you're like vibrant.
Listen, she's even got time to laugh.
Who else is still here in the comments? Let us know
18 books
if
to
you're
go.
here.
18 books to go.
18. But from your energy is giving you're going at the pace that you expect to go at. It just sounds like a big number.
Friend.
Let's see, MRA, almost 100 pages into Those Who Run in the Sky. It's only 196 pages, so I should for sure finish it today.
Oh, nice.
How are you finding it?
You know, during the other sprint, I actually listened to Finley. Hey, that person is problematic. Because I feel like I got process. Anybody and everybody knows about this secret that she's just out there yapping her mouth. Like I'm like, Chomi, what's going to happen is you're gonna get arrested. Finley Donovan is in trouble, or she's what is it? Finley Donovan is killing. Hey, she's killing it with her mouth. She talks too much. Yo,
She
she's
took
here.
much and
She's committing crime, but she's here. I not permission.
Yep.
the problem is she keeps pretending to be people that she's not, but people that are close to her, where it can backfire on her. I don't understand.
Philly Donovan. That title is incorrect. Something must be said about the title. She's doing something else. She's not finally killing it. She's doing other things in the midst of it. Aye, no.
So that's why I'm like, like that's why yesterday I was saying that when you're reading it, it's not something that you read for seriousness. It's ridiculous, and the
But
character is
maybe
ridiculous.
it's also a very visual book. Like for me, I'm one of the people I keep saying that I see the pictures or whatever, but I can see this thing in motion.
Happening.
Like I can
Yes.
picture everything that's going on, and I'm like, it would be nice to watch. It reminds me of I watched a few episodes of Beef on Netflix. I don't know if you've watched it before.
I loved Beef.
So the
one of the
characters somehow remind me a little bit of those
I
characters.
haven't
And I'm
finished
like,
it, but I loved the
it's,
first
you know,
few that I watched.
I didn't finish it. So I'm like,
It's
these women.
It's like because when you realize what the whole like if you think about the whole story and what it means, and you just like
To me,
it's
must
beyond.
remind me to finish Beef and watch and
I
listen
never
to
haven't
this book.
finished it. Hey, now guys, TV is not a thing these days. I don't know
TV's
why
not a
my
thing for
sister
me,
just
please.
can't.
We are
My sister.
paying for nothing.
Yeah,
We're
no,
not
I'm
Paying all these
considering actually
things.
stopping the subscriptions. My kids are always on their phones playing games. Like it's only during like when they're sitting here for dinner that they're like, okay, we have a family series that we're watching together, and we're literally nibbling it. Right, right now
Yeah.
we're watching Sam and Cat. Oh, they find it so hilarious, and it's their kind of jokes because I'm like, to me, it's not that fun.
It's not.
It's funny, but it's not that funny.
Oh, kids' jokes are weird.
TV, HMTV.
I'm like, I
This
heard
is
it,
why
but it's not that funny, honestly.
it's the opposite of a dad joke.
Exactly.
Yep,
Exactly.
yep.
Marie says, I really like it. It's a good book. Oh, it's a good look into Inuit culture. I think that's maybe a place, a country or something. And I really like the storytelling. I realized I have read this author before. She has a short story in the anthology Tuck to Me that I loved. Okay,
That's nice.
interesting.
That title sounds like Talk to Me.
Mm. Okay, are you
Hello.
surviving?
I am.
You're surviving.
Have to.
Yeah,
Aish.
we are tired.
No.
Oh, did you read something? Oh, your shift
No,
ended.
I was on TikTok, Chemi. I was on TikTok. I
Living your
obviously
best
because
life.
I was all over that story before. That's the feed that I was getting, but eventually my feed seems like it's coming back to its
It's
normal whatever.
refreshing.
Yeah, but I liked that there was some updates because you saw when I share I think I shared in the group that they're saying AfriForum is representing that guy.
Sis.
AfriForum, it always wants to be on
Right?
the side of
Number
history. I don't know. It's like it's fighting to be on the because they're saying it's not reasonable that this person is being asked for DNA,
Haibo, even the father was asked.
but it's not reasonable.
Aye.
one.
Oh boy, no, but it's not reasonable. So okay, our reasoning capacity is not there.
It's not, yeah,
But you know how
No.
black people are. They're like, you know what, guys? We don't want to say too much. Just can you just give us the address? And we're not gonna do anything
yeah,
to him. We're not gonna
I'm
do
not
anything.
gonna
Just
know
give
where
us
he lives.
please
That's the
At this
address.
point,
Because at this point you guys are
yeah, at
failing.
this point,
So
yeah,
again,
just tell us where he
by
lives.
one man, where does he live? That's all we want to know. Give us the address.
People will go to the school is closed. They will go to the school and wait.
But you also know how people can be now. You can't trust a mob mentality. They might
Yeah.
say we're not going to go, and then next thing, then we'll forget about it's gonna be about how black South Africans did this to this white man, and then Donald Trump is gonna say it's a dangerous
Yeah.
place. Very dangerous things are happening there.
All the funding, all the
But
funding
he's
is
not
gone.
gonna say it now that Kwekwe is trending. He's gonna say it when you guys go to that guy's place. And it's a very dangerous thing. It's very dangerous things are happening here.
Yeah, the only safe place is Cape Town, but even that.
Guys, I am officially
Marie
done
says,
with book 3.
you do the stars. Oh, are you on the laptop? You can't do stars for yourself.
10,
Explosions,
11,
zero
12,
explosions.
Yeah,
1.
she's not even listening.
Right?
Marie says Inuit people are the indigenous people within the area now known as Alaska or Canada. Thank you,
That's
MRA,
nice
for
to
sure.
know. That's the education. You're educating us. I love it.
Hello, we
How
actually
may
have
I have
to.
arrived? You are not
Yeah.
before we are going. What's
Yeah.
going
We
on
are about to leave. We literally a few minutes
here?
from
I
closing
have a
off.
feeling I know who this is.
What is going on here? 7. I prefer no.
I feel like at this point you must send comments that make sense.
Because you have got 12 soup. Okay.
Because sometimes you have people that come into live chat and start
We've
bombarding.
had to block some, don't you remember?
Yes.
I
So please,
remember.
if you're a real person, please identify yourself nicely. Otherwise,
Okay, I don't know
Hey.
that person.
bring a
My
block.
person went to sleep.
Uh-uh. Thank you, girl.
Thank
We see
you.
you.
Yeah, but that's it for this month. Yo, this month was rough,
No.
but we did what we could do. We managed what we could manage. We still did the sprints, and we're glad that you guys could read some books and enjoy yourselves. We hope to see you again next month when
Next
we do this
time.
again. And also for book club. Yo, did we ever talk about book club?
Not we did.
Yes, I
On the
did.
channel.
This is
Yeah.
what we're reading for book club. We'll be reviewing it sometime in April. If you follow us on our Instagram account, which is fully booked sprints, you will find all the details and we'll share when the meeting date is. The meeting is usually like on an online platform like Teams. So yes, if you are interested, please join us with us. All the information will be there. Marissa says thank you all for the sprints. What? Thank you for all of the sprints, y'all. Yo, why did I read it in such a jumbled up way? Sometimes I had to just lurk. Other times I got to read. That's fine. We love the lurking as well.
Yes. Sometimes that's it today. For the most part, we've been lurking, Sham.
We've been lurking.
Hey, when we lurked.
When have you been working? Please don't count yourself in the list of people.
JA, please identify yourself.
I don't understand. And now they say, I feel like you know who this is.
Why?
No, I don't use Kindle.
Oh, do you know why they're saying this? I can tell you why they're saying this. There's no bookshelves
because
behind.
There's no bookshelf behind. At that time, me and you are the ones with the Kindles.
Hey, but
there's bookshelf. There's a book.
Hey, just.
Ja,
thank you for the
TBR card. That is overflowing.
Ja.
Look at
books.
it.
Yeah.
The books are all over the house, in every corner.
There's books
Everywhere.
Books.
I don't have a Kindle. I don't have a Kindle.
Donate, fund me.
We made it.
What do they call them? Go fund me for Kindles, please.
Fund me for Kindle, please.
Go fund. Let's open a Go fund for Kindle. People need to read. You're welcome, Dibu saying we made it.
Yes, we made it.
No, we got it. We got it. We got it. These two Kindle readers. These Kindle-less Kindle readers. But thank you everybody for joining us. We will see you again
in April.
Yep. Bye.
Hopefully we'll be reading.
Yes.